Morning, members of Parliament, members of the Committee of Public Service and Administration. Let me take this opportunity to welcome and say thank you for everyone for availing themselves at 9 o'clock, which is different than our normal time of 10 o'clock this morning to attend the Portfolio Committee. I also would like to just extend a welcome to the representatives from the Public Service Innovation Center, Public Service Innovation, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the DPSA and the CPSI, who have both made themselves available again after we ran out of time at the last meeting, and we are very grateful for that. And then also for representatives from the PSC. I would just like to ask that when the PSC, the CPSI, and the DPSA present, that they just introduce members as well to who is leading the delegations, that we know who the different representatives are this morning, but you are most welcome. And also good morning to the staff and all of the support personnel from Parliament. Members, before we move on, can I please ask Masi that you flight the agenda for us and that we can adopt the agenda?
Can you see it, Chairperson?
Not yet, but it says it's, yeah, there we go. There we have it, members. I think what's important about today is that we have three presentations to get through. The first one by the PSC will start at 10 minutes past 9, and then we will have between 10 o'clock and 10:40 to do our deliberations. Members, I have looked at the time slots here, and I intend to keep us to try and make sure that we stick to this schedule on this agenda, because we do need to finish by 1 o'clock, because members need to start traveling between their different accommodation and the National Assembly so that they can all be in the House at 3 o'clock. So we will endeavour to stick strictly to this agenda and also the times you see there on the agenda, which means, members, that when we deliberate after the PSC, I will limit members' inputs to 4 minutes. When you reach 4 minutes, I will ask you to please conclude. 4 minutes is more than enough time to both make a point and ask your question, and I ask that members use their time wisely so that we do not negatively affect the time of the committee and the travel of other members. With that being said, can I please have a nomination to accept this agenda? Members, can someone please move to adopt the agenda?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning,
Sorry.
Honourable Speaker.
I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Pulwani, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone in the meeting. Chair, I second the move of this agenda.
Thank you very much, members. With that, the agenda has been duly adopted. Thank you very much. We then move on to the second item of the agenda, which is apologies. Honourable Kelisi, I see your hand. Would you like to come in here?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing me. I see we've got 3 presentations I saw in the notice of the meeting as well. I just want to check, Chair, is it only me who's missing the CPSI presentation? Because I can't seem to find it, but I could locate all the other ones. Thank you, Chair.
I did see the CPSI presentation on email, but I think what's important is that members have it. So perhaps if I can just ask the staff to use our WhatsApp group to just make sure that the CPSI presentation is circulated and that that Honourable Kelisi does have it in hand. Thank you very much for bringing that under my attention. Then, members, we move on to apologies. We've received apologies from the Minister Buthelezi, Minister of Public Service and Administration. Members, I would just like to also use this opportunity. Last week, correspondence was sent to our office that he would not be available for last week's meeting, but I neglected to note his apology. So I would like to just note his apology that we did receive for the previous meeting and also that we did receive for this meeting. We also received an apology from the Deputy Minister Kekana, and we also received an apology from Honorable Letlape. And I think members would have seen we've received a apology from Honorable Ndamase as well. Members, with that, is there any other apologies that need to be noted? I see no further hands, so we have those 4 apologies, and they will be duly noted. Members, then, with no further ado, I would just like to say that the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act of 2009 requires Committee of Parliament of South Africa to conduct regular reviews of both the financial and non-financial performance of their respective departments and entities, and where necessary, to make recommendations regarding the forward use and allocation of resources. In line with this responsibility, the purpose of today's meeting is for the committee to receive briefings on the first, the second, and the third quarter performance for the 25-26 financial year from the Public Service Commission, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the Centre for Public Service Innovation. The DPSI and the CPSI were supposed to present last week, as I've mentioned, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, were unable to finish with our business. The purpose of these engagements is to allow the committee to assess progress made in the implementation of planned programs, evaluate the utilization of allocated resources, and identify areas that may require corrective action or further support. So without further delay, I will now invite the Public Service Commission to come and provide opening remarks on performance highlights of the Commission and allow their presentation. And with that, members, we move on to item number 3, which is the briefing by the Public Service Commission on the third quarter performance of 25-26. PSC, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. We here again come to present ourselves before you as we account to Parliament through your committee. First, we will be very efficient with time. We already alerted our presenter, mindful of the time pressures that you have, while still covering everything that ought to be covered. Our Acting Director General, Irene Matendra, will be presenting. As you'll recall, the President appointed our Director General to be the Deputy Public Protector. Therefore, we have Irene Matendra as our Acting Director General. The one good news before we get into the actual performance is, through your efforts, through your nudging, through your support, for the first time since 2014, Public Service Commission is meeting in a plenary today with the full complement of 14 commissioners, no vacancy. And that is due to the work you have done. And it has always been a problem that you'd always have vacancies either in the provinces. Northwest finally delivered. And we now have a female who is also from the legal background and advocate, which is a big boost for us. We really thank you for that. Secondly, the PSC bill, which was approved by the National Assembly and now taken to the NCOP, we finished all 9 provinces' public hearings. All these provinces were very positive in terms of the public hearings. Yesterday, we had the NCOP Standing Committee where presentation was made, and 8 out of 9 provinces are approved, which looks like we are on the threshold of having, the bill passed, which started in 2018. If we go back 2011, when Parliament said this bill should take place. So again, with your support, with your consistency, we are on the verge of breaking yet another record. I'll now ask our Acting Director General to present, but in the meeting, I want to tell that we do have the chairpersons of the plenary committees of the Public Service Commission, and my deputy chairperson, Zugiswa Mqolomba, is here in this meeting. Commissioner Mavuso, who is the resident commissioner of Gauteng, but also a chair of a specialist committee on anti-corruption and integrity. And we do have Commissioner Bacchus, or it's leadership and management, I'm mixing that. And then we do have Commissioner Bacchus, who is the chair of the integrity and anti-corruption. We do have Commissioner Ngwenya, who is heading our institutional governance, mainly internally focusing committee. We have Mr. Maya, who leads the strategy development and the monitoring of its implementation. As already introduced, Irene Matenjwa is our Acting Director General. With that, I invite Ms. Matenjwa to present.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. Let me take the opportunity and greet the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, the Deputy Chairperson, Commissioners and colleagues. My name is Irene Matenjwa. I'm the Acting Director General for the Public Service Commission, and I'll be taking you through the presentation on Q1 to Q3 of our performance as well as our finances. Can I request Nosy that we flight the presentation? Chairperson, perhaps with your, okay, she's flighting the presentation. As we move to the next slide, it's just the presentation outline, basically, which one has spoken to, and that is the mandate for today to take the committee through Q1 to Q3 of our performance, including the finances. And then we can move, Nosy, to slide number 4, which is our mandate. I'm not going to dwell much on this slide. Basically, it just indicates our mandate drawn from the Constitution. Also, the matter relating to the powers of the Public Service Commission, our independence, and some of the work that we do. The chairperson has already alluded, if we move to the next slide, the chairperson has already alluded to the issues relating to the bill. Can we move to the next slide? Can we move to the next slide? The next slide is about developments on legislative mandate and policy mandate. Basically, what we are saying on this slide is that we have made significant progress regarding the PSC bill. We have finalized our engagements at public hearings throughout the 9 provinces. And yesterday we met with the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration. And the good news is that 8 provinces are in support of the bill. Only 1 province has rejected the bill. So the next slide, Chairperson, if you allow me, is just our strategic focus, which remain the same. And also, as we move on to the next slide, it's our strategic outcomes of the Public Service Commission and how we contribute and support the medium-term development plan, which also remain the same. Now, coming to the substance of the presentation will be our slide 8 that shows the summary of performance for Q1, Q2, and Q3. So what we're saying here, Chairperson, basically is that as at end of Q3, we had 40 targets that we're supposed to meet, and we only missed 1 target, and we were at 39 targets. And we will talk later around the program where we're not able to achieve that target. As we move on to slide number 9, Chairperson, I would like to start with our program 1, which is administration. In this slide, we are taking the committee through some of the indicators. The first one being the audit opinion, where we targeted to have a qualified audit opinion, which we achieved for 24-25. The second issue is around the vacancy rate.
Apologies. Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I seem to have lost the presentation. I'm not sure if it's just on my side, but I don't see the presentation anymore.
Sorry, we'll be correcting that.
Thank you, Chairperson. I had requested our support to okay, so as we are correcting the sharing of the presentation, Chairperson, on slide 9, it's about the program 1. I see my colleague has started sharing, so I'm also reluctant to share this side. Yes. Thank you. I think it's back. My apologies,
Perfect.
Chairperson.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So on slide 9, it's the program 1. I'll just start afresh again. I had indicated that our first target was the unqualified audit opinion, which we have achieved. The issue of the vacancy rate, as at quarter 3, we were on a 0% vacancy rate because we work on this target in relation to the funded staff establishment. And then the PSC has undertaken a number of initiatives towards the implementation of the professionalization framework. And you would see that we had targets for quarter 1 to quarter 3. So all of them, they've been achieved. But just to take the committee through, in quarter 1, what we did a pre-entry assessment tool for the pillar 1 of the professionalization framework around recruitment and selection. In quarter 2, we reviewed our recruitment and selection policy to make sure that the aspects of the directive on human resource management and development for the public service in line with the professionalization framework are taken into account. And then the third one, which is what we have started in quarter 3 and we are continuing even at the moment, is to inject the pre-entry assessment for the integrity testing when we do recruitment and selection of officials during interviews. So as we move on, Chairperson, to the next slide, we have got 2 indicators here. The first one is the payment of valid invoices as well as media outreach reports. You will see that for quarter 1, in respect of the first one, quarter 2 and quarter 3, we had targeted to pay 100% of our invoices, of which we did. All of those invoices came to 2,969. And on the media outreach, we had a target of 1 report per quarter, which we achieved. And Chairperson, I would like to move now to the second program on leadership and management practices. This is the program where we deal with matters of grievances, labor relations, human resources reviews. So the first target there is about grievances of officials at level 2 to 12, where we assess the grievances and we investigate those grievances. Our annual target is 80%, but we had targeted 60% for quarter 1, 70%, and 80% respectively for quarter 2, quarter 3. And Chairperson, you will see that those in respect of our performance, we have exceeded those targets at 91, 90, and 89 for the 3 quarters. And perhaps if I can go to the second indicator as well, is grievances for SMS members. Again, we had targeted 60% for quarter 1, 70%, and 80% for quarter 2, quarter 3. Again, we are reporting a performance where we have exceeded those targets. You'll see that we're 100% at quarter 1, 86 at quarter 2, and 93 at quarter 3. And the reason for that overachievement is the regularity of our monthly grievance and complaints panel. So we have got a governance structure within the PSC where commissioners meet with the investigators to go through all these grievances and the complaints. And that really helps us to expedite the work that we are doing around the grievances. The second item there or reason is the file inspections, which has been cleaned up and is working quite efficiently. And we are also making sure that there is equitable distribution of cases for investigators for those two targets. Chairperson, as I move, we also have an indicator around the number of reports produced on grievance management and the efficiency of the grievance procedure in the public service. You'll see that for Q1, we did not have any target. For Q2 and Q3, we had one target each, and those were achieved. In Q2, we produced the technical brief report, and in Q3, we produced a fact sheet on grievance resolution. Chairperson, allow me now to go to slide number 12. We're still on the same program. We've got an indicator around the number of reports or guides produced on leadership and human resource management practices. And we had a target for Q2 only, and that target was achieved with a report approved. As we move on to the last item on this program is the number of advocacy and strategic engagements on labor relation issues that we do with various departments, but we'll also touch on the implementation of the PSC recommendations in this area of human resource and labor relations practices. Our target was that in Q2, we'll have 2 engagements. In Q1, 2 engagements. In Q2, 6. In Q3, 8. We have exceeded those, Chairperson, at the performance of 16, 17, and 11, respectively, for all the 3 quarters. And the target was exceeded due to the increased request for presentations. So we are having departments approaching the PSC and requesting that we come and engage with them on various matters relating to human resources and labor relations. Chairperson, I want to now move to program 3, the monitoring and evaluation. In this program, we have got 2 items for Q1, Q2, and Q3. And you'll see that for the first one is the mandatory report that we do to Parliament in respect of the activities and functions of the Commission, which we called Section 1964E report. It was due in Q3. The report was approved, and it was also tabled in Parliament. We also have engagements that we do with ministers around a number of issues pertaining to the performance of their departments, as well as the extent to which departments are complying with the constitutional values and principles. We are targeting 100% of those engagements. Our commissioners and the chairperson are the ones that are leading these engagements, and they're raising quite a number of critical issues when they engage with ministers on this matter. So those targets were achieved for the 3 quarters. Chairperson, I would like to move now to slide number 14. This is our program 4 on integrity and anti-corruption. You will see that the first indicator is about the National Anti-Corruption Hotline cases. So there we targeted 90% for Q1, Q2, Q3 in terms of finalizing those cases. And you would see that again, we have exceeded the target at 100% for all the 3 quarters. And this is due to the efficiency in the referral of cases from the NAG. So again, our file inspection and how we allocate the cases and the referrals have become very efficient, that we are exceeding our target. The second one is the percentage of the early resolution complaints that are finalized within 6 months upon receipt of valid complaint by investigating officer. At Q1, we had 0. At Q2, we had 40%. At Q3, we have 0. We have achieved the 94% at Q2. Again, is the prioritization of complaints to ensure that public service is assisted. I need to also indicate that on this one, we are also assisted largely by our commissioners, who are able to reach out to the departments, to the directors general, to the ministers when we receive these cases that ought to be resolved, because these are the cases largely that affects communities, poor communities around various issues that needs resolution with speed. And then the next target is the number of engagements held on ethics and CVP promotion, constitutional values and principles promotion. We targeted 7 for Q1, 7 for Q2, 8 for Q3. Again, you'll see, Chairperson, that we achieved 17, 11, and 13 respectively for the 3 quarters. Again, we are receiving increased demand by departments for services and workshops to be conducted by Public Service Commission on these matters. Chairperson, I would like to move now to the last program, and this is the program where I indicated earlier that we missed one target. This is the provincial coordination. So we do have the bulk of our work as well done in the provinces, as we have the provincial footprints. So the first target is the work that we do around service delivery inspections, where we visit sites, various service delivery sites, and we see how service delivery is unpacked. And on this one, Chairperson, you would see that in Q1 we had targeted 1, Q2 4, Q3 2, and where we are at the moment as at Q3 we had achieved 2 for Q1, 5 for Q2, and 2 for Q3. And the reasons again is that provinces have also taken additional responsibility to conduct inspections beyond what we had targeted. So if there is a matter of urgency that emanates within a province where the PSC ought to be responsive, so the inspections are undertaken. The last one there, Chairperson, is the issue relating to the report of Section 1964E. So according to the Constitution, we ought to produce that report to National Parliament, but also to the provincial legislatures. And this is where we missed one target. We had targeted 9 reports. As at end of Q3, we had 5 reports that were produced and approved. And the mitigating plan there is that the 4 provincial reports by end of December, actually they were produced. It's just that they were waiting for approval, so we couldn't have indicated achievement of that target. Maybe let me give to a Chairperson just to highlight one issue, and then we'll move to the next person.
Thank you very much. Just one item that we do not normally report, we're still developing a tool for it. We established a rapid response unit at the PSC where a person says, I've not been paid in my company for 6 months or 4 months, or a student says, NSFAS has not responded, or my certificate after a year I've not received, or many other such. Those we resolve them within days, and we're still trying to deal with the figure itself. For example, with the NFFAS cases, we resolved more than 30 in a space of 3 weeks. Admissions and many other things, speaking with the Vice Chancellor. So that's one of the things that will not appear here in the next report. It will. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Prof. Fikeni. And Chairperson, we now move with the presentation, which I'm going to allow our CFO to take us through. But in a nutshell, what we are saying to the committee is that of the appropriated budget of 317 million, including the 15 million that we got from Treasury, at the end of December, we had an available budget of 27 million. But let me give the CFO to take us through that part of the presentation. And thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Commissioners, my colleagues, greetings. The slides, I will give financial slides, and if we could move to the next slide. This information is as at the 31st of December, that is the 3 quarters of the financial year. We had initially received an appropriated budget of 302 million, which was increased during adjustment budget by 15.7 million, and it totaled to 317, and that was purely on compensation of employees. As at the reporting date, we had spent 73% of the budget, or 232 million, as compared to the norm, which is 75%. So we are basically underspending compensation of employees by around about 2%. The next slide. The next slide basically it unpacks that underspending, but it basically shows that the larger part of it is on compensation of employees, and there has been also some fast spending on operational budget. But I can assure the honorable members that the PSC will not overspend the budget. The next slide. This gives what I've just explained, the budget per economic classification, compensation of employees, which is the largest portion of our budget. We had spent 173 million as at the reporting date, goods and services 58 million, and the rest. And all in all, we spent 232, which basically shows a low spending of 6.2 million. That is inclusive of the 15 million that we have received from Treasury. Next slide. The slide basically shows what I've just given you. It's just a nice pie chart to indicate that 75% of our costs is a salary bill, and our operational costs constitute 25%. Next slide. This is the same information, but per program. We've got 5 programs, as the acting DG has indicated in her performance report. Program 1 being the biggest, which also includes the commission. The salaries of our commissions are paid there. Then we've got 153 million, and we had spent 114. And that's the spending per program, and all of it I can indicate that we are not projecting to overspend any program, with an underspending projected of around about 6.2 million as at the 31st of December. I must indicate that the biggest program there is provincial coordination, which is the last program. If you go back, just to indicate that, the second biggest program is provincial coordination. PSC is trying its level best to be biased towards the provinces where more money it's allocated there, and will continue to do that. The next slide. The next slide basically shows the information that I've just presented, but I invite members' attention into the block that is inside the bluish block, that basically seeks to separate our operational cost from your mandatory, which is 62 million. And this basically includes the rental for all the buildings, because we've got offices in 9 provinces. It includes the audit costs. So these are your mandatory costs. Some are legislated, so we have to incur. But the work that PSC really tries to make an impact on the lives of the people, we're using around about 11.8 million, which is quite not enough. Although compensation of employees is really able to finance all our staff. I must also thank the portfolio committee really for also maybe making a case for PSC. We got that increase when it comes to compensation of employees. But I thought I should just show you that abnormally the mandatory budget versus the operating. Next slide. Thank you so much. Chairperson, Professor Pigeni, I will hand over back to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's our presentation from the PSC. And again, your assistance is key. And where the CFO was speaking to the underspending is due to the fact that, one, we received the money rather late, and we are on course in the process of employment of those positions, and we only received the commissioner who started beginning of March. So we will start spending on that. So there is nothing we could have done without a commissioner in terms of spending for the commissioner. Similarly, we had been told by the Minister of Finance that we're giving you this money to appoint late, and we're aware that you may not spend all of it because you still have to go through job evaluation, you still have to go through proper processes and be thorough. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Professor Fikine and your team. It has been a professional and efficient and well-time managed presentation, as we expect and are used to from the Public Service Commission. Thank you very much for that. Members, with that, I will now open the floor for questions and deliberations. Please mind to keep your comments and your questions to within the 4-minute limit. Can I please see some hands? Honorable Kaba, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me greeting to, sorry. Sorry, Honorable Chair, I'm with the my member, honorable member here, so there was some little bit disturbed. Honorable Chairperson, let me greeting to our Commissioner Somadoda Fikeng, and let me greet all the staff of Parliament and all commissioners who are here in the platform and honorable members, my colleagues. Honorable Chair, let me welcome the presentation of the PSC Chairperson. My question, Chairperson, it will be in the PSC, has the Public Service Commission commenced producing oversight monitoring report on the implementation of the professionalization framework? If yes, when will the first report be tabled in Parliament? Has the PSC started developing a good practice guide for the recruitment of executive in the public sector? In terms of the Section 196, subsection 4E, report issued annually, what shortfalls are often identified in practice that could assist the Commission in strengthening its oversight of the public service? What measures can be taken to ensure that the recommendation contained in Section 196, subsection 4E reports are implemented through legislative reforms? Chairperson, is the PAC able to effectively conduct its monitoring of evaluation and of investigation function with its current workforce, considering the size and scale of some government department? How does the PAC deal with departments that fail to provide accurate information which impact the quality and reliability of evaluation reports? What reforms could be introduced to safeguard against this? What are the weaknesses associated with the National Anti-Corruption Hotlines? Is the hotline operationally 24/7? Or is it time limited? Limited in normal time officers' hours. If it's limited to normal office hours, does the system allow calls to leave the voice note? Does the commission have the capacity to investigate cases reported through the hotline? How many officials have been investigated through the hotline that led to arrest the prosecution? How are such cases reported to members of the public? Based on the commission's assessment, how couldn't and coordinated are the agencies responsible for dealing with anti-corruption in the
Please
public
conclude.
service? Chairperson, lastly, are the provincial offices of the commission adequately capacitated in terms of financially and human resources to deal with the magnitude of public institution they are required to monitor for service delivery? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Whip. Honourable Spess, you are next. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and allow me to greet everyone, yourselves, my colleagues, and then the presenters. And thank you very much, first of all, to PSC for the work that they are doing. I must commend them on the work that is done. I will hit straight to my questions. In the presentation, it has been reported that, the PSC in its reports have a lot of very strong recommendations. But what we do find, Chairperson, is that many departments still often fail to implement them. And I would like to understand from the PSCs, how often do these departments fail to implement your recommendations as the PSC? And if you could, which departments would you say are the worst repeat offenders? And then, Chair, I also have a question or two on the rapid response unit that is in working, or it's under I believe it's going to be announced soon. So I want to understand in terms of the operations of this rapid response unit, what will be the exact mandate? How will it be structured? And is there a time frame by when this will become fully operational, Chair? Because I do think, in addition to the hotline, this is actually quite an effective mechanism that could actually add to the efficiency and effectiveness of the PSC. And then also on the rapid response unit, will this unit, through you, Chair, have the power to compel departments to act immediately on governance failures? or will it still remain limited to just making recommendations like some of the other PSC oversight mechanisms? Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Good time management, Honorable Spesh. Honorable Mkunu, it's your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone in the meeting. Let me go straight to my questions. Concerns have repeatedly been raised about political interference, irregular appointments, and lack of transparency in the recruitment of senior executives in the public sector. My question is, has the PSC begun developing the good practice guide for the recruitment of executives in the public sector? And when is the guide expected to be finalized and implemented? And then the second one is the PSC annually produces reports in terms of Section 196(4)(e) of the Constitution, highlighting compliance, governance challenges, and ethical issues within the public service. And the question is, based on these reports, what recurring governance failures or systemic weaknesses does the PSC most frequently identify across departments? The third one, while the PSC produces important oversight reports, there are concerns that many recommendations are not implemented by departments. What measures can be introduced to ensure that PSC recommendations contained in Section 196(4)(e) reports are actually implemented by government departments? The PSC is responsible for monitoring the entire public service across national and provincial government, which places significant demands on its financial and human resources. The question is, does the PSC currently have sufficient staff and financial resources to effectively carry out its monitoring, evaluation, and investigative functions? I think the last one, monitoring and evaluation processes depend heavily on accurate and reliable information provided by government departments. The question is, how does the PSC deal with departments that fail to provide accurate, complete, or timely information, which undermines the reliability of evaluation reports? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkunu. Good time management as well. Appreciate it. Honorable Pulwane, it's your turn. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm not well. I'm not sure whether I'm audible. Chair, I'm partially covered by my colleague. The only question that is remaining, my interest is how are the state of the province's report communicated to members of the public in each province as part of the feedback mechanism to inform them about the findings of the commission. And then the other thing I heard that they're saying is only one province that rejected the bill. Maybe I may ask that which province, because they didn't mention the province, and how are they going to handle that issue of rejecting the bill? Because it's only one, it's only one province. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pulwane. Short and sweet and to the point. I appreciate it. Honorable Malinga, you are next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Perfect.
My apology. Remember that I'm that generation of PPT. So I was born before technology. So I may face some challenges. Firstly, let's welcome the presentation from the Public Service Commission. Maybe let me start, Chair, by the slide that was talking about the leadership regarding the grievances. I just want to check if PSC will be able to share with us maybe one, the grievances that they believe that they were uncalled for, and two, the grievances that they believe that it came because of the lack of the professionalism. Then second part, we go to the labor relations issues. Maybe if they can share with us in terms of those, the critical one, which makes their office to be alarmed about it. Then we go to program 3, the monitoring. I want to know why at program 4, integrate and anti-corruption, they gave themselves 90% instead of 100%. Then the last one, in terms of the expenditures, I've seen that with administration, it was 104 million instead of, while they do have 153 million. If you go down, it was 21 million instead, but the budget was 29. The last one is 54, which they spent instead of 73 million. So I just want the PSC to give us the assurance that in terms of monitoring the expenditure, these low numbers, does it reflect the efficiency that the PSC need to produce and the quality, or it's the pressure in terms of expenditure because they want to spend money accordingly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malinga. Also good time management. Honorable Khaleesi, it's your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning again to you and my colleagues. My first question, Chair, has been covered by Honorable Bulwani, but I would like to ask it differently. So I'm interested also in the province that rejected the bill, but I just wanted to know what reasons did they give? I don't know if they give reasons when they reject the bill. What reasons are they basing their rejection on? And the other one, Chair, I'm just interested to find out from the PSC if they have caught any, corrupt or unethical behavior in the public service. And as a result of that, do they have any senior officials? We know we've got a problem of corrupt and unethical senior officials in the public service. So as a result of their work on corruption and ethics, do we have any senior officials who have been fired or disciplined as a result of their work? Do we have any cases that have been handed over to the police as a result of that? Because we know that the public service is not clean. They say, it's my last one, Chair, they say that one of their goals is to improve service delivery. So I don't know if maybe they can share with us if there's any, there's any government departments that they've investigated, just recently that were failing the public. And I don't know if then they have concrete, changes that happened because of their intervention. I ask this, Chair, because, and I don't know if I'm being fair now, because I know that they are working on having, the commission as a Chapter 9 institution. So I know that they probably limited in terms of having teeth right now, but I just want to know if their investigations lead to any consequences, for the corrupt and the incompetent people that we have in the public service. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khaleesi. That's also very good time management. Members, I see no more hands, so um, I just want to check, is there any members who can't put up their hands who perhaps want to come in? Okay, looks like we are good. I will then hand over back to the Public Service Commission to please work through the different comments and queries sent in by members. Public Service Commission, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, for such insightful questions which will help us guide. The first one is to say we are reporting the 3 quarters, we still have the 4th quarter, which will in some shape or form change the final outlook when the end of March, which is in 2 weeks, takes place, because we've been tracking budget implementation of programs. That's one. Number 2, in terms of the compliance with recommendations from Chapter 9 institutions generally, we had a meeting where we were comparing the implementation, and it turned out that with the AG, with the Public Protector, with the PSC, with the Human Rights Commission, at one stage, the implementation rate was only at 22% for all of them. And PSC has had to sit back and devise mechanisms which have started improving the implementation, especially the direct engagement with ministers every month. That has, and the MECs, the premiers, because in the past it used to be mainly your correspondence, you write a report and so forth. Once we meet with them, we explain to them the implications. Sometimes you find that the HOD has not reported to the MEC or vice versa. Sometimes you find that the premier is not aware that lifestyle audit ought to have been implemented. Only the DG went ahead to do so. So we are picking up those gaps and beginning to close the gaps. Yes, the current workforce of the PSC and the workload is not sufficient. We've raised that issue again and again, even when we met with the Minister of Finance. The good thing is that with the passing of the bill, there was an economic viability report which comes with that, which expects PSC to be given more staff members, some specialized in areas that we're coming into now, your local government, your public entities, your public, enterprises within the public sector. So that in itself, we're hoping if the resources are made available, it will go a long way. We really appreciated that the department has adjusted that is finance now. With your pressure as the committee, as you assisted greatly, we have seen an adjustment of 15 million. And when we looked at the new letter, that adjustment is going to be, permanent as a baseline and even expanded. On the issue of anti-corruption hotline, we do not have a 24-hour service, but voices are recorded. We met only a few days ago with the UN and some of the partner agencies, and we're meeting with other agencies to see how we could be equipped and even modernize the machinery that we have so that it takes us to that high level. Ideally, if we had the resources, we would actually be able to go that 24 hours interactive session. But with AI as well, it will also assist to interact, and as it is recording the cases without necessarily taking the place of warm bodies that we need. Provincial offices, you have such massive caseloads and the footprint, they are never adequately equipped. It is for that reason that CFO said we took a conscious bias towards the provinces, even in the current recruitments, to make sure that we get more for them. We've even approached entities to give us interns to supplement that. And we have even assigned people who are in the national office to be dedicated to the provinces. In terms of the rapid offender departments, I think, Honorable Space, we can provide that particular information because at hand, we may not have the statistics to say which departments, but I can give you a simple example. Most of those departments will be departments which are already having problems or having been on a near collapse state. For example, the military veterans. We wrote and said this is a dysfunctional department. And they are in no position to even respond to some of the issues because of their internal challenges. And we've relayed that message to the minister. And at one stage, when we were doing the rapid response follow-up in terms of the monies that were supposed to be given to military veterans, which were not, and some sponsorships which were given, they ended up not being given or withdrawn halfway when students were in the universities, the children of these veterans. We learned that the military veterans department instead had taken the money to purchase computers. Even that could not be easily verified. Then they said they took the balance to train people on how to use computers and so forth. So in such instances, you realize that it's a department that is in a state of paralysis anyway. In terms of the impact of saying, what has our intervention done that becomes visible, that has a catalytic impact across the country? We have one too many examples for that. The first one, when we heard that there was a backlog, massive backlog across the country because forensic laboratories were not working, which would have meant cases could not proceed, even GBV cases could not proceed, even people affected by the floods, by disasters, where you needed to do the testing, it was not able to, those could not, it was affecting the case law management. We went in to investigate all forensic laboratories. And once we had done that, we met with the minister, the then Minister of Police, and the commissioners. And we made recommendations which, when implemented, suddenly saw the backlog dramatically decreased. One of the dramatic aspects of this, the software license for analyzing videos and photos to enhance them to be, used in the courts or in investigations, like your CCTV footage, had stopped being renewed. And it turned out it was a matter of communication between the forensic laboratories in the provinces, especially in Cape Town, and the national office that we resolved. And the nation benefited from that particular intervention. Similarly, when departments approached us during the COVID to say, and when we were meeting with departments like Home Affairs, why are you always having downtime when the internet is down, post office is the same? He said, because of the monopoly of the ICT SITA. Then we started investigating and reviewing how that works, and we're working very well. We worked with the previous minister. Now we are at a point of finalizing those and even reviewing how the SITA functions. And that's going to benefit the entire public sector. Issue of office accommodation, that we highlighted, it is no small feat to say even the current reforms are informed in part by those recommendations. Here, we're not just looking at one department. We said, let's prioritize the ones which affect all departments, which are catalytic. And with the sitters, we will be meeting with them. In the issue of the hijacked buildings, we called metros, the departments affected, mediated, they came to our offices, and we then said we needed a proactive approach to this. On the issue of immigration, migration, we've made our input. Sometimes we've even been part of reforming some of the policies in those departments. So we could go on even in the provinces. What is interesting of late, we've been invited to be part of the strategy session of the presidency, part of the strategy session of the NCOP, part of the strategy session of the provincial governments, where the premier invites MECs, mayors, and so forth, because they are beginning to see the value of our intervention. And we use that platform to say, let's actually do things differently. What will improve our the enforcement of our recommendations? One, once the bill is enacted, it already is front-loading that aspect of saying you will no longer just ignore what PSC is recommending or directing you to do. Number two, case law has already been coming out fast and furious to say you can't ignore PSC recommendations because it's a constitutional body, and we've used that quite effectively. Which province has not voted for the bill? It is the Western Cape, but we should hasten to say they cooperated very well in terms of the engagements and so forth. And it came as a surprise because most of their submissions are not that substantive. The very issue they are raising is the constitutionality. But to that, we also responded to say, it is the same constitution that says our first priority mandate is to ensure the implementation of constitutional values and principles which speak to public administration, not just public service. And also the same constitutional clause puts one line in section 196, I think it is F, where it says Parliament will pass laws to enlarge the powers of the Public Service Commission. So we tried to explain some of those, but again, we cannot. The most important thing, though, in terms of the Act, only 5 provinces ought to agree as a majority, simple majority, for the Act to pass. And irrespective of any province which will have voted for or against, we will, and we have very good relations, we'll be working with them throughout, and they will see the benefit and the value of what gap PSC is coming to close in all, that. We will also, as a supplementary submission, honorable members, send you cases that came to our anti-corruption, which ended up being referred to SIU and people being charged, and some of them senior. Right now, another latest case that we will be pronouncing on, because the report is done, is the one of social development, where an employment of a young person not adequately qualifying was affected. And there we are also saying consequences should follow for those who were responsible for that. And of course, some have resigned, some have left, and so forth. But irrespective of that, we are saying that action will be taken. The Rapid Response Unit is an evolving unit, and it has been most dynamic. I actually chair it, and I lead in calling ministers, whilst DG call her counterparts, and we call premiers, MECs to solve certain problems. It has proven to be one of the most effective because the turnaround for some of these cases is just 2 weeks. And we have not even stopped when the bill is not there. Where we've seen water running down the road, clean water, in any given municipality, we have actually approached the minister, Hlabisa, and we would send even pictures. We send the Minister of Water Affairs to relay the message to the premiers and so forth. We have sent the messages to the premiers, and that has given us, faster responses in dealing with some of the problems. But it is work in progress. We are not yet done. We are open to your advices where you say we would do better in this and that area, because we take this journey as the journey of co-creation. We take your inputs, some coming in a form of questions, very seriously, and they go a long way in improving how we do business. In terms of the internal PSC HR issues, we have labor peace generally. We do meet with the unions regularly. We do meet with different units. Like recently, there was a meeting with the security. We do have issues, of course, of discipline. There is a case of a member who was disciplined because of the case against that member of a serious nature, sexual harassment, and many other things, which were taking place. I think we've had 2 such cases because we have zero tolerance for that, given the scourge of gender-based violence in the country. We are not in any mood. We even have a code of conduct for our own commissioners to say it's not going to be just staff members, it's us as commissioners who should lead by example. But of course, the issue of fairness and justice is always key. That's why in most instances, we make sure that each person is given a fair chance and no one is victimized in the process. And that is, how far we would go. But if there are any specific cases the member might have, we will be happy to follow on those, because we are a transparent organization. Anything raised, we investigate, and sometimes we even bring independent investigators so that there is no perceived bias in that sense. So I think I'll go that far, and my colleagues will take some of the questions, that were being raised. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you so very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. This is Zukisa Mkolomba, the Deputy Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, as well as the Cluster Commissioner for the Monitoring and Evaluation Branch within the PSC. So I'll be responding to the questions concerning the professionalization framework and also concerning the capacity, the M&E capacity and functions of the PSC in terms of that constitutional mandate and duty. So in terms of the oversight work we're doing, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, concerning the professionalization framework, we are currently undertaking baseline studies to assess the readiness of government departments to implement the professionalization framework. We want to make sure that government departments not only have an understanding of what the responsibilities and the duties of departments are concerning the professionalization framework, but they also have within the APPs and operational plans specific indicators and targets concerning the professionalization framework, and that they are reporting on these targets, honorable members of the committee. Secondly, one thing we want to make sure that the PSA does in particular is to draft an implementation plan of the professionalization framework, as a DPSA minister is actually the champion and custodian of the professionalization framework as proposed by the PSC. So we are hoping that the DPSA will sooner than later draft an implementation plan, because as you already know, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, we as the government of South Africa is very good in drafting policies and strategies, but one thing we are not strong at as yet is the issue of implementing our strategic imperatives and objectives. So we want to make sure that the GPSA supports the minister in terms of being a champion of the professionalization framework by drafting an implementation plan that will support the framework, which was adopted by Cabinet in 2022, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. In terms of the national professional capacity for the PSC to institute and drive its M&A functions, initially there were HR constraints that the chairperson has already alluded to, especially within the provinces. Currently, in the provinces, there's an average of about 10 staff members, most of which, or some of which, are actually admin support. So what's been able to at least go a long way, and what will go a long way, is now the support from National Treasury, who's given us additional funds towards compensation, and to ensure that at least we add an additional capacity of an average of 3 staff members per province to make sure that the M&E functions of and capacities constraints of the PSC are alleviated. So I believe that those were the main 2 issues raised concerning M&E. And I believe that if I have not addressed these questions, perhaps ADG will also give greater detail to this response. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members and Chairperson, my name is Vosumuzi Mavoso, the Resident Commissioner of Gauteng. I wanted to respond on a few points which I think are very critical. If one was to look into the Section 164A reports, ordinarily the consolidated report from all the provinces is submitted to Parliament annually. But what we normally do, components that affect provinces are sent directly to legislatures. In legislatures, then the reports are submitted to different portfolio committees, where there is robust engagement and questions will be raised about specific departments that may not necessarily be performing accordingly. And these issues are quite important because it's a tool that we believe creates accountability for departments to ensure that they report on the matters that they deal with, and where there are concerns, we can then be able to make follow-ups. Critical to that, of course, are the recommendations that emanate from our reports, the kind of follow-ups that we make, and the interaction and engagements we would have with the different portfolio committees. But this is not confined to that. When MECs and ministers, etc., call to committees, we have to come about on board as the PSC to be able to clarify some of the issues. But what is quite interesting, especially at the provincial level, is that when we do not derive joy or pleasure from MECs, we escalate the matters to the various premiers. And we've actually had very good rapport, and there's been consequence management insofar as those issues have been raised. The next point, of course, is around the grievances that have been raised by Honorable Mkhunu, Honorable Malinga, and Honorable Tulishe. Truth be told, most of the grievances that we receive tend to be unsubstantiated. In other words, they may be frivolous, which means unnecessary work would have gone to those reports in order to be able to test the veracity of those reports. But where they are found wanting, we do make follow-ups. We make our submissions and make sure that follow-ups should happen from the accounting officers to the executive authorities. I just want to give you an example. Where there has been failure to escalate grievances to executive authorities before declaring them unresolved, the PSC is compelled to look into the internal mechanisms within those departments and find out where the glitches could be, because in some instances, reports are being papered over and then being buttered and appear to be all good and hanky-dory, but we do go deeper to find out what are the underlying matters. So we take all grievances seriously until we find them not to be substantiated. But if they are, we expect consequences to take place, be it about appointments or the panels that have been constituted to go ahead with those interviews and all that. We check everything. But I must also indicate that in our processes, as we look into those matters, we do ensure that we find feedback from the departments to ensure that we can be able to close those matters. The final point I wanted to raise is around the professionalization framework report, because we've actually compiled a practice guide, which we believe is quite important. But this guide will only be ready by the end of the financial year. We're hopeful that come April, we'll be able to see the report and be able to make your own observations about how good or how bad it is, so that where we require fine-tuning and improvements, those can then be effected accordingly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Good morning. Please proceed.
Chair, is it only me or are we all experiencing
No,
problems with the audio?
no, I'm experiencing the same issue. Public Service Commission, you are not audible. I'm not clear. Have you concluded your remarks? We have lost you on the audio.
Okay, Chairperson, are you able to hear us now?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. This is Commissioner Bacchus from the KwaZulu-Natal province, just responding to a few questions. From the response to Honorable Klaban Chaba on the NAG. I think the successful investigation of complaints that were reported through our hotline and referred to national departments and public entities for investigation resulted in a few achievements as at and on 28th February, that's as far as we can go for now, right now. Overall, we had 147 officials who were found guilty of misconduct as part of the implementation of consequence management. And if I just have to break it down of the summary against the said officials, it's 47 officials that were dismissed from the public service, 64 officials were given final written warnings, and then, of course, 36 officials who were given suspensions. Then the response also to Honorable Space, which was quite an important question in terms of who are the worst offenders. I think this would also vary province by province. But if I have to look at KwaZulu-Natal, and something that we are certainly working on quite hard, is the fact that clearly the sexual harassment cases against educators in the Department of Education is really something very worrying. It's central. There are massive suspensions against these educators. There's a loss of teaching and learning facilities. But because of the alleged seriousness of the offenses, these educators cannot get a precautionary transfer because of the serious. So we can't move the problem to another school. What happens is they sit endlessly at home on suspensions, collecting salaries. And this is something we have raised very sharply, both with the Premier and with the MEC for Education. And exacerbating the problem is the fact that there is an argument that either presiding officers who should preside over these cases and finish them within 60 to 90 days are either taking bribes from the so-called suspended educators, or there's not enough presiding officers, which we have now raised with the Provincial Labour Forum and the Office of the Premier. So, for us, it's mostly around the fact that educators are really sexually harassing our kids, or allegedly that. So we are losing a lot of learning and teaching time. And of course, that's really becoming a problem. We're like literally chasing our tail on that one. And of course, the other, I think, transversal problem that we have is access to health facilities across the country. That's something that, we are constantly, as provinces, going in and doing inspections around clinics and hospitals. We have been told that MECs have raised this nationally with Minister of Health. We've also been told that the problem has also been escalated to the President, and we are obviously hoping that there will be some movement. But really, it's health services and education services generally across the board. And of course, there's always the complaints against downtime at Home Affairs. And that is why exactly the chairperson of the Public Service Commission has instituted our roundtables on ICT. And we are leading a project which we are finalizing now around assessment of CETA services, because it is sometimes not Home Affairs that's the culprit. The officials are there, they're ready to work, but it's downtime, systems downtime. And I did give an example previously when the Honorable Chairperson and a few honorable members came to KwaZulu-Natal to explain that these so-called digital portalized centers sometimes are even, I don't know how they're even chosen, because the one, as an example, in the Pavilion Mall, a digitalized home affairs service, actually had downtime for 8 weeks. And that's because it's located in the underground parking of a mall. And obviously, when you get into your car in an underground parking, you don't have much connectivity. So the choice of these location of these digital portal places, are really difficult. And maybe on the good side, perhaps to report to the portfolio committee chairperson and few members who did visit Impendle last year. In your visit to KwaZulu-Natal, we came across a mother who was carrying her adult a disabled child on her back for many hours in the Home Affairs Center of the Impendle Tusong Center. Just to let you know that Public Service Commission went through in December, and we got sponsorships and we donated 2 wheelchairs to that Impendle Tusong Center. We've now made it kind of a provincial social relief program called Isandla Senhliziyo, and we have also done so in Sundumbili, where we went for the Premier's disability event. We secured from a donor organization called Al Imdad Foundation another wheelchair for another person. So we do also extend to where we can give social relief, and we in different provinces also give social relief flood packages. So going beyond the call of duty, getting our officials within the PSC to give heart to the community. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I'm handing over to Commissioner Ngwenya, our National Commissioner. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I'm going to add on the response given by Commissioner Mavuso, where there was a question on question number 5, whether we do produce reports, oversight reports on the implementation of the professionalization framework. Safe to say, Chairperson, this is a target in terms of our APP that is for the 4th quarter. So at the end of the 4th quarter, that is by end of March this year, the PSC will then produce that oversight monitoring report on the implementation of the professionalization framework. The other question that I'd like to entertain is question 3 on the political interference and cadre deployment when it comes to the appointment of senior officials within departments. I think the professionalization framework is crystal clear on this one, but then there's an initiative by our very own chair to establish a panel of experts that is currently being established in the process of being finalized, that will be deployed to assist on the recruitment of DGs and senior officials in department. That will give us to align with what the professionalization framework dictates. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, there was just one I missed by Honorable Malinga, who asked why the IAC chose a target of 90% on the investigation of cases. So on the 90%, why we've chosen it is we rely on departments to give us responses once we start to investigate the matter. We have set time limits of maybe 150 days, and we can't give 100% target because sometimes the departments respond to us late, or they have to go through the annals and archives for information on previous years, etc. So that is the only reason why we've set it at 90, because we found in the previous years setting it at any high targets and working on our consistent data and our comparative analysis, we can't actually set ourselves a 100% target. Thank you, honorable members. On the NEC, the chairperson has answered quite confidently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. It's Irene again, the acting DG. Just a few things before I also give to the CFO. There was a question on the finance part. So the work that we are doing to engage with our ministers has now included an aspect of implementation of the PSC recommendations and reports that are related to those departments. So during those engagements, we make sure that we request feedback from the ministers in respect of our work. But one other thing that we have commenced with, or that we are ramping up, is the issue of the intention to summons and summoning of our HODs, where we really feel that if we have engaged them once and twice and are not responding, they're not giving us information, or they're not even implementing PSC recommendations, we then invoke the summoning rules. The chairperson, I'll give over to the CFO to respond, and back to the chair.
Thank you so much, ADG. I think the chairperson, Professor Madoda Fikeni, covered me on the question that was raised by Honorable Kaba and Honorable Mkunu. The only question that I need to maybe respond on is basically the budget as at the expenditure as the expenditure that you currently see on the slides there is as at the 31st of December. That is 9 months of the financial year, but the budget is the full budget for the year. So we still do not have expenditure included for the last quarter. So indeed, there is an underspending when you compare expenditure of 9 months versus a budget of 12 months. So it's just a progressive realization of the services that we are rendering. But at the end, the figures should actually be on par. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is the sum total of our responses. And on that issue of political interference, PSC did issue a guide on unlawful instructions, which is being used widely, has now been quoted even by the courts. And we are now in the process of having a panel of experts who will sit in all HOD, DG interviews to counterbalance what would just be a purely political process. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much to the Public Service Commission, Professor Fikeni and your team. That was very comprehensive, and we appreciate it. Members, if there are no more hands, I think we need to move on to the next item. We are right on time, and we've made good of our time, so I'm very happy with that. Can I then please ask that we move on to item number 5 and give over to the Centre for Public Service Innovation for their briefing on their first to third quarter performance in the 25-26 financial year. Centre for Public Service Innovation, CPSI, you have the floor.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I'm going to do the opening remarks, and my colleagues, Mr. Piers Conrad and the CFO, will then do the presentation. But I just want to highlight the following in terms of our report for quarter 1, 2, and 3. That honorable members, I think in one of our previous engagements, there was a concern in terms of our equity stats. I'm happy to report that we've moved a bit with regard to females in the organizations. In the organization, as of the last financial year, annual report, we were standing at 56.4%. We are now at 61.76%. And another area was around youth. We were standing at 11.8%, and we've moved to 14.7%. I also want to highlight our payment, 30-day payment. It's standing at 3.9 days for CPSI. We've also strengthened our collaboration and partnerships with regard to, increasing internal capacity while we're looking for additional funding. We have an agreement with the Innovation Hub, able to place interns at CPSI to assist some of these interns are actually system developers, so they're actually contributing to some of our work as well. Without any waste of time, I will ask Mr. Pierce Conrad to then do the presentation. I thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. I just wanted to confirm that my slides are visible. As indicated by the Acting Executive Director, we will just proceed by providing you an overview of our performance. I will continue to the slide. I think members are familiar with our mandate, our vision, and our mission, and in terms of how our program is then constituted in terms of administration as Program 1 and public sector innovation as Program 2. As an organization, we maintain a very small and lean setup with the two programs. We have previously shared this slide, and I will also just go into a little bit more detail when it comes to the vacancies and the process of going forward. In terms of the deliverables, as members can see, we are in each of the units with R&D now with the addition of the systems developers. We have grown slightly, but the other units are remaining the same in terms of the constitution. At present, we have 24 staff members in Program 1 and 15 in Program 2, with 3 vacancies in Program 1, which I will explain in the next slide, and 1 vacancy at the end of Q3 in Program 2, and 2 additional to the establishment. In terms of the vacancies, the long outstanding matter of the Executive Director is the 1 vacancy in Program 1, and then 2 other vacancies that are aligned to the intent that the organization have to move to more fit for purpose accommodation, specifically where we can facilitate departments better and where we can demonstrate and have more of a workshop environment as well, and therefore the facilities and security officer as well as the admin assistant. Just a side mention that in the whole of Program 1, we do not have any administrator, and apart from the PA for the Executive Director, and this is placing an additional administrative duty on staff, which we will try to rectify. In Program 2, we have the assistant
Chair.
Somebody has unmuted, but I don't know who.
Chair, it's Malinga. I'm sorry to disturb. I don't know whether it's on my side. I can't hear the leading of the presentation. His volume is too low. I don't know whether it's only on my side only. I was checking that.
Unfortunately, Honorable Malinga, I think it must be on your side because I can hear the presenter present. Perhaps if you move to somewhere with better reception, but we can hear the presentation clearly on our side.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and speak a little bit louder. I just wanted to mention the systems developer that that was the vacant as at the end of Q3 has now been filled, and we are very happy to report that duties has assumed as well. Chair, if I move then on to the impact statement and outcomes, I'm going to move past these because these have been shared previously. In terms of the overall performance, We have been able to achieve once again an unqualified audit opinion during the audit period that ended in Q2, and the rest of our programs are well underway in terms of the knowledge platforms that are annual targets or quarterly targets, apology, and then the innovation, research and development initiatives, as well as our replication activities that are then annual targets. In terms of Program 1, as I indicated, we have been able to obtain a clean audit for the financial year, and which I think, if I'm speaking under correction, would be the 8th in a row. In terms of our knowledge platforms, members would recall that this is the way that we build a community of practice, as well as sharing knowledge and activities around innovation. The major ones are our conference and our DEFCON, as well as our design thinking and innovation workshops that we are hosting. There were other initiatives that we participated mainly on at continental level, as well as with our national system of innovation. And these are mainly to also make sure that we implement continental and global innovative practices as well. Perhaps just to give some additional information in terms of our DEFCON, this year we were able to gather together a community of practice of more than 100 systems developers and related capabilities such as cybersecurity. And the main purpose of this was for systems developers to be able to collaborate, share what they are doing, and not reinvent the wheel. In terms of, and this is also then further informing the CPSI program in terms of specifically the customization and further replication of in-house developed solutions. In terms of the National Batupele and Innovation Awards that we co-hosted with DPSA in November, this is where we recognize innovative practices, but importantly, it then serves as a feeder program for our work going further into the new financial year. On the research initiatives undertaken and the development initiatives, these are our annual targets. So what we are reporting on here is just progress. We are well on our way to deliver on these targets. We have been able to conclude our online repository of innovative solutions, which is serving then as the basis of further scaling and development. And we've also concluded our case study of the in-house developed e-recruitment solution. And these will all be finalized in Q4. On our longer term, more complex solutions, we've been able to sort out a number of challenges that arose from the piloting, and we hope to conclude by the end of the current quarter the planned patient transfer application, as well as the first phase of the Northern Cape Citizens Portal. These have been well underway as previously reported. I think something that we are very proud of is that in line with the work that we previously presented to the Portfolio Committee in terms of e-recruitment and other HRM systems, we are very proud to report that during Q3, we were able to, in partnership with the Eastern Cape, fully develop the e-recruitment system for the Mpumalanga province. And some training is being concluded now in Q4 In fact, the team is in Mpumalanga next week as well, and for implementation at the end of Q4. This is very important for us because it aligns with the commitment we previously made to the Portfolio Committee, and specifically also in terms of promoting in-house developed solutions. The original cost estimate that the province obtained was over 100 million rand for such a solution. The team was able to implement this, except for the travel and accommodation cost, free of charge. It's also important to note that the originators of this solution in the Eastern Cape were able to join us, both from the HR sections as well as from the ICT sections, to facilitate the Mpumalanga province in terms of the use of this. In terms of our Youth Digital Skills Program, we have also concluded our work in this regard by supporting a number of hackathons and developer labs across the country. Something that we are quite proud of is the G20 hackathon that we supported the Department of Tourism with, and providing some design thinking training to the youth who participated. We were able to also link them to developers. These were mainly targeting tourism students, developing solutions using AI as well. And we were able to link them to developers who could, also students, who could assist them to bring new perspective to the tourism industry. The highlight for the teams were presenting to the G20 ministers their respective solutions. And we're very proud of the role that we've played. Our CPSI mentors were mentoring the team that came first, as well as the team that came third in this initiative. And we're quite proud of the kind of skills that our youth do have. Just to remind Portfolio Committee members, the reason why we are doing this is to make sure that we build capacity in our communities to be able to access services that are part of our digital transformation roadmap, as well as developing the next cohort of public servants who we would want to see that they are digitally literate going forward. In terms of our replication initiatives, these are currently underway. We have a portfolio approach where we embark on a number of projects, given the difficulties with implementation and timelines because of externalities. But we are happy to report that in our next report to the Portfolio Committee, we will give you additional detail. These projects are well underway. In fact, very recently, the minister handed over a project that we did in collaboration with the Mpumalanga Department of Agriculture as well as Correctional Services to hand over this project to the Department of Correctional Services in Mbombela. So the solutions are well underway in terms of reporting as well. Moving over to the financial statements, members do have this. I won't go into too much detail. Our expenditure at the end of December amounted to 32.5 million of the allocated 47 million. It was slightly lower than anticipated. I will go into the detail in the next slide, but we are well underway to the spending of our budget. In terms of the compensation spending versus the goods and services spending, the variance there is mainly as a result of the vacant posts, and that will be carried into the new financial year. In terms of goods and services, the variance there is mainly as a result of the CPSI not having moved due to the process not having been concluded at DPWI. And this was monies mainly set aside for the move to new offices. We have, however, reprioritized this funding, so the picture will look significantly different at the end of Q4. This is just a breakdown to confirm that the main underspending was in our executive support relating to the vacant position of the executive director, and then in corporate services, mainly relating to the move. As members can see in the rest of the unit, the expenditure is very close to the budget, as with EESM slightly higher, but that was anticipated because of most of the events were concluded in Q3. This is just the explanation of the slight underspending versus the projected funding, and as well as the project approaches in terms of the operating leases that were below expenditure, as well as on consultancy fees that has been reprioritized. Just to mention on consultancy fees, Chair and members, is that we have made the shift towards the focus on in-house developed solutions, and therefore our spending patterns will change significantly to facilitating these initiatives, which means that our teams will then travel to provinces in terms of supporting them with the implementation, and it will reduce our dependency specifically on the systems development side on consultants and related costs. Chair, I'm not going to go into detail on the other items, which are fairly standard expenditure items. I've mentioned that our travel and subsistence will increase, but I want to give the assurance to members that this relate to project implementation rather than just general travel and subsistence. So, for example, our teams doing design sprints and customization sprints with the Mpumalanga Office of the Premier and with the Western Cape and Eastern Cape provinces in terms of the development of the citizens portal and field work with Gauteng emergency services. Capital payment is always low for the organization, as these are minor expense, and as well as departmental receipts. Chair, just the actual expenditure in a table format. I'm not going to break that further down. I would like to, as highlighted by the Acting Executive Director, in terms of our 30-day payment, we were able to maintain the track record in terms of keeping our 30-day payment around or below 5 days. In April, it will always be slightly longer due to the transition from the one financial year to the next financial year. And then March, there's also quite some pressure to to conclude business by the end of the financial year. This is something that we are proud of because it is not just because we are small. There is a deliberate effort by the very limited number of staff members to make sure that a payment is dealt with and invoices are dealt with as soon as possible, unless there is some or other dispute. Chair, in terms of deviations for the period, there were no cases of to report on deviations or unauthorized, irregular and fruitless expenditure. And as indicated, the payment of invoices proceeded as quickly as possible. We still retain the same capacity constraints and which in the past necessitated the outsourcing of some of the services. We have tried to address this through internship programs, but we do require some additional funding, especially to empower our developer teams to be able to be deployed to departments in terms of implementing these in-house solutions. Our replication team, which is a full team of 2 people, is also under quite some strain in terms of project management and implementation. The demand for projects to be replicated far exceed our current capacity in terms of supporting the teams. Chair, that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Members, we then move on to the DPSA for their presentation on the first to third quarter performance of the 25-26 financial year. DPSA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me put on my camera. You can see that I'm not a robot, I'm a human being. Thank you very much. My name is Luvukela. I'm the acting DG of the department. We are here to present our first to third quarter performance. With me here, I'm joined by all my deputy DGs, DDG Klope, in charge of labor matters, DDG Dr. Anusha, in charge of human HRM&D, and DDG Ngobo, in charge of government IT, DDG Dr. Sokela, in charge of government service access and improvement, and DDG Linda Drudla, who's in charge of administration, and will present for us this morning. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, Honorable Chairperson, I will hand over to the DDG for a presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry, Linda, before you proceed, I forgot to introduce our 2 unit heads, Chair. We do have a unit called Office Standard Compliance. I've got Kuben Governor, and therefore there's a unit that deals with the issue of technical assistant unit and ethical matters. Dr. Solomon, thank you very much. Linda, you may take the floor.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to the chair, the honorable members, and all other protocols observed. Chair, my laptop just decided to die on me, so I'm using my phone, and I've asked one of my colleagues to project for me. I'll be sharing the presentation with the CFO, who will present on budget matters towards the end of the presentation. If we can go to the next slide, just to give a sense of what the presentation contains. With your permission, Chair, I will skip some of the slides in the interest of time, in particular the strategic overview, constitutional and the legislative mandate, and just start with number 6, which is the overall performance of the DPSA for the first, second, and third quarter. So Stefan, if you can please move to the, yeah. So on this slide, Chair, we are just showing an overview of how we've performed to date with respect to our quarterly targets. As the members will see, in the first quarter, we had a total of 16 targets. Two of those were not achieved, with a 12% non-achievement and 88% achievement. Moving to quarter two, of the 18 targets that we had, only one was not achieved, and the total achievement was 94%. And then the third quarter, we had a total of 16 targets again, and we had one target that was not achieved. We can move to the slide number 10, Stefan. This is just an overview of how the different branches have performed. On slide 11, I will then start with the programs. Chair, what you will see throughout the presentation is that our first, second, and third quarter targets in the main will remain the same. And so in trying to save time, I will only focus on those targets under each quarter that were not achieved, and maybe spend a little bit more time on the third quarter targets because they are pretty much the same. So on this slide, I will skip this one, skip that one as well because the targets are the same. And then I'll just focus on slide 13 on the third quarter targets, Stefan. So we were able to achieve the targets of the submission of the reports on fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure to National Treasury as required. We also were able to submit our reports on the interventions that we are implementing for the empowerment and development of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And then we also continue to monitor the appointment of women into SMS positions in the department. The government target is 50%, Chair, but as part of our affirmative action measures, we have increased that percentage to 60%. And main of the reasons is that even if we do reach the 50%, but if one woman at SMS level leaves, we are back to below 50. So as a way of managing that risk, we have increased our target to 60%. While still reporting on the 50% target, as I've indicated. The same was done with reporting on our targets against the appointment of 3% of persons with disabilities and 30% of youth. It is worth mentioning, Chair, that as part of the SONA pronouncements that the President made, there was an indication that the target for persons with disabilities will be increased to 7%. We are waiting for the relevant directives from the responsible departments, and we will then increase it accordingly. So I've indicated that we are then giving a detailed stats on these targets in the following slides, the slides below. The one target that was not achieved under Program 1 was the submission of our consolidated report on the interventions that I've mentioned for empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And the reason, Chair, in the main was that it took longer to consolidate all of those interventions into a report. But as at the end of January, we were able to submit the report to the Director General, and therefore the target has been achieved and will not pose a risk of us not fully achieving our annual target. On the next slide, I start talking about Program 2, which is Human Resource Management and Development. So in this slide, we're basically talking about the work that has been done to prepare departments for the implementation of the skills audit methodology. And these are part of the interventions under the professionalization of the public service. What the department realized is that because of the complexity of the methodology, departments needed to be prepared and supported to be able to carry out all the activities that need to be completed as part of the skills audit. And to be able to then support departments in reaching the MTDP target of 20% reduction in the identified skills gaps, we have established task teams formed of human resource management and development officials from departments, and work has started to capacitate those task teams for them to be able to support departments. And we have also then developed the terms of reference for this task teams. The intention is that once the task teams are fully functional, they will then start supporting the various departments, and the departments can then start with the exercise of the skills audit towards the achievement of the MTDP target, which is in 2029. The department should have reduced at least 30% of the skills gaps that they would have identified. In the next slide, we are reporting on the work that has been done by the Office of Standards and Compliance. Part of their functions is to assess compliance by departments to the public administration norms and standards as issued by the minister. In the first, second, and third quarter, they were focusing on the assessing compliance to the ICT directive or norm and standard as issued by one of our programs. And the research that as part of the data collection that they have done is beginning to show that there is an increasing threat to many government departments posed by cyber attacks, which are compromising state information, and in particular, personal information. So as the members will be aware that over the past few years, we've had some departments where they have been hacked, and there has been a request for amounts to be paid for the data to be released. So it would appear that this is becoming an increasing threat. So as a result, government has adopted the ISO standard with the number mentioned there, which is an international standard to prevent and minimize cyber attacks. On the next slide, we continue looking at the work under this branch. And I will skip this one, Chair, because I've already spoken to it. As I said, the targets are building on each other. And I will then move to slide 18. And just to indicate that the other work that the Office of Standard is continuing to do this year is to assess the appropriateness of the ICT standards. And what they have indicated is that the work that they have been able to do to date is showing that as part of the tool that they've issued to departments for data collection on this work, some of the findings that they are picking up is that very few departments have implemented the directive as issued by the DPSA, while some of them have partially implemented, and the office has identified about 20 departments nationally and provincially where they will initiate the enforcement process. So one of the key functions of this office, Chair and members, is to assist the minister where there is instances of non-compliance that has been picked up, to advise the minister on enforcement measures that he needs to implement to the relevant heads of departments and the executive authorities. And it's part of the minister's priority of ensuring that there is consequence management for those departments that do not comply with the issued norms and standards. On the next slide, Chair, we are reflecting on the one target that was not achieved under the branch in the second quarter, and it was related to the establishment of the task teams. What had happened over the years was that as part of the professionalization work, the National School of Government also initiated work related to assisting departments to do the skills audits. And DPSA had decided that as a result they would focus on provincial departments. However, because we had also put this target in our APP, even though at the end of the second quarter we only established task teams for provincial departments, the executive committee of DPSA agreed that the branch should continue to establish these task teams and in the following year consolidate the work with the National School of Government, so that there is a clear focus between the two departments with respect to national and provincial departments. So to minimize the risk of us not achieving the target, we had since established those national task teams for national departments. So as at the end of January, the work has been concluded, and we have, as a result, averted the potential risk of not achieving our annual target as planned. On the next slide, Chair, I'm moving to the branch responsible for negotiations, labor and remuneration. The branch continued with negotiations on other conditions of service. As the members would remember, the department concluded a 3-year agreement, but as part of that work, there is ongoing negotiations on other conditions of service that were not part of the agreement. And the work also included okay, I think, Stefan, let's move to the second so that I don't repeat. We also, during the second quarter, tabled the mandated employer proposals on the other conditions of service that I have mentioned, as it is a requirement that before we engage at the PSCBC, the relevant ministers that are part of the mandating committee must give the department the mandate to negotiate with labor. We also are continuing to monitor the recommendations of the personal expenditure review, which was a study that was commissioned, and the recommendations thereof were presented to Cabinet. And the main departments that are responsible for the implementation of these recommendations are the DPSA, the Department of Health, Social Development, Correctional Services, Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as Constitutional Development. And we also continued to monitor the progress made by departments in reducing their disciplinary case backlogs. And in the next slide, we just give a little bit more detail, but starting with the Central Register, which is a new initiative by the department. And the purpose, as has been reported to the committee before, is that because of the trend that was being observed, that where officials are facing disciplinary processes, they would resign before even the process is concluded, or especially if they have been dismissed for misconduct, they will then reappear somewhere else, either in local government. If they were in a province, they would appear in a national department. And there was therefore a need to establish this register so that we can track as part of the appointment processes. You can go to that database or register and check whether the person has been flagged there. So the intention is that the register should be implemented across the 3 spheres of government, but because the mandate of the minister is mainly in the national and provincial departments, we had to put in place an instrument that will allow the department to then have the register implemented at local government and to monitor it accordingly. So in the next slide, we are showing that just a sense of what are these other conditions of service, and they include the comprehensive danger allowance, childcare and breastfeeding facilities, the bursary scheme, targeting in particular what is commonly referred to as the missing middle, and that is the cohort of public servants whose children do not qualify for government support, like your NSFAS. So it has been a long-standing gap that was identified, and the department is therefore in the process of negotiating with labor on how this can be addressed. And then other conditions of service that are being negotiated is the recruitment policy for the public service, as it has been identified that there are some notable inconsistencies in the implementation and the role of organized labor in the recruitment process. So, for example, some departments do allow labor to be part of your interview panels, other departments do not. Other departments limit it to positions below the senior management, while others do allow labor. So those are some of the things that the department working with labor is trying to address. Then there's also the uniform policy. Again, there's been inconsistencies identified for the use of similar materials, colors, etc. for same occupations like the police. And then, as the members will remember, that I think it is the 3rd year now, if I'm not mistaken, that government had stopped the policy on what we call bonuses. But there has been a call to look at how else do we incentivize public servants in non-monetary terms. So this is the policy framework that once concluded, departments will then be able to customize their own internal policies as part of their rewards and recognition. In the next slide, we look at the personal expenditure review. And we just wanted to maybe give the committee a sense of what are some of these recommendations that are being implemented by the different departments. In the main chair, they are about what is commonly known as the OSD, or occupation specific dispensation. And health is therefore looking at the various OSDs that they have, as well as the review of commuted overtime. The PER report recommended that this must be reviewed with a potential saving identified of about 6 billion a year. Department of Education is currently addressing the disjuncture between remuneration structure and career pathing, as articulated in the OSD. And if we move to the next slide, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is also reviewing their determination for legal OSDs, social development for social services professionals, public works and infrastructure for scientists and related categories. And then correctional services is reviewing the applicability and feature of the various OSDs within the department. The committee will remember that over the past years, the DPSA has been coming to present on this matter. Some of the challenges that we identified included the incorrect application of the OSD dispensation, where even some occupational categories that were not intended to receive the OSD had been granted, or people have been appointed under those dispensation when they could have appointed under normal occupational categories. We move to the next one, Chair. I'm also cognizant of the time, but I think it is important just to focus on this a bit, which is the disciplinary case backlogs. So in Q1, with respect to national departments, there was a decrease that was observed from about 8,000 cases to 5,000 cases. However, there was new cases that were identified of about 2,000, and with which then with the carried over 2,000 from previous quarters. And out of these, about 1,500 were finalized, with 1,200 finalized within 90 days. And then the others were finalized outside of the 90 days, with some about 3,000 of those cases still pending. But the overall improvement in the turnaround time suggests that there is a better performance by national departments, also supported by the interventions that have been implemented by the Technical Assistance Unit. For provincial departments, 1,200 new, I'm just rounding up the numbers, Chair, cases were reported, contributing to a total of 3,100 cases, of which 870 were finalized. 63% of those finalized within 90 days, and the others outside. So for provincial departments, the observation is that despite the effort made by the DPSA in supporting provinces, the substantial backlog persists, with about 73 cases still pending. And then the increase in pending cases from Q4 of the previous year to Q1 highlights that there is still a challenge with respect to backlogs, but the improved timeline show, as I've been indicating, that the system is handling cases more effectively, and that traditionally Q1 is characterized by slow interventions to address the backlogs. On the next slide, these are the targets under the branch that were not achieved in the first quarter. It was the report on the implementation of the personal expenditure recommendations. And it wasn't actually, Chair, that the report was not done. Out of the 5 departments, the report, there was an error in not including the specific inputs by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. However, the report was submitted on time, but when we were doing the auditing, we picked up that there was this one department that was omitted. The branch was able to correct that and resubmit the report. So the target, the annual target will therefore not be at risk of not being achieved. The collection of data on the use of the central register was also delayed as the development of the electronic survey took longer than planned, and the unit has indicated that they will be able to finalize the data collection by the end of this month, which is March. On the next slide, we look at the program 4. The 2 targets that they had were the research on the data architecture framework, and a part of that work is being done to address the issues of government data storage. And some of the observations was that the government data is stored in silos within and between departments, therefore leading to limited interoperability, as well as inconsistent management and general data standards that are being applied by the different departments. Similar data being held at multiple times, leading to data duplication, as well as limited visibility of government data, estates, and assets. The next target was on the Public Service ICT Maturity Management Directive. And the purpose of the directive is to provide clear guidelines to departments for the development and implementation of ICT service continuity plans, which are in support of the business continuity objectives, as well as to ensure the availability of ICT systems during disruptions that can cause interrupt the service delivery. And therefore, the directive is aimed at assisting departments to be able to put interventions in place to recover quickly when there's such disasters. On the next slide, still on the same branch, on Q2, the work on the draft data, public service data architecture continued. And then in Q3, there was consultation on the same framework, and some of the issues raised was that the data architecture should conform to the organizational data needs. There was also reflections on data that word, managing data as an asset, and that the architecture must be implemented in phases, amongst some of the issues that were raised. On the next slide, Chair, we move to the last program. The MTDP target requires the minister to assess the productivity of identified economic and service delivery departments. So the department has developed a tool to assess the productivity levels. And the tool has different factors. It looks at labor, which is workforce capabilities, operations, which is process systems of departments, as well as performance. And so the purpose of the baseline is to determine the current levels, so that once the levels have been identified, then the departments will be able to identify actions that they will implement to improve on their productivity levels. On the next slide, we look at the work that has been done under the Batupili program, as well as the complaints and compliments framework. So the Batupili revitalization strategy was approved by Cabinet, I think it was in 2022, and the strategy, amongst others, aims to strengthen the implementation of Batupili principles, as well as to provide a structured framework to guide national and provincial departments in developing their own Batupili standards. On the next slide, the work that the branch did also included the review of the current complaints and compliments framework that was approved in 2013, and the work that is done on tracking the implementation of the African peer review mechanism by 4 state institutions, which is National Treasury, Department of Cooperative Governance, Department of Justice, Department of Forestry and Fisheries. So after the peer review of South Africa, the APRM Summit of the Heads of States in 2022 welcomed the review and advised that all recommendations arising from this second generation review be addressed. So the department is then, as I've indicated, tracking the performance of those departments that are implementing the identified actions. We can go to the next slide, Stefan. This work also just continues on the same chair. In the interest of time, I will skip the slide as well. This is just giving us a sense of those departments that we are supposed to assist in improving their productivity. And they are mentioned here. They include basic education, water and sanitation, social development, trade industry, finance, mineral resources, and energy. Next slide, Stefan. Chair, I think the issue on the Batupili, without me reading in detail what the text in green, as we had reported before, is that one of the main concerns that had been raised over the years is that whilst public servants are very good at reciting the Batupili principles, the purpose of the principles had been lost over time, in that they were actually meant for citizens to be able to assess the quality, speed, efficiency of service delivery. So as part of revising that, or reviewing and revising that work, the department then put Batupili standards that the citizens can then be able to use with specific indicators to check whether the service they've been given has been efficient, the time that it was rendered to them, and all of that. So what some of the analysis that we have been able to gather is that departments are implementing the program at different levels, with many still treating it as an ad hoc activity rather than a strategic program, and that there is therefore a need for ongoing awareness, capacity building, and stronger monitoring to ensure consistent and effective implementation. And this is despite, Chair, the fact that even as part of the PMDS system, officials are supposed to be assessed against the Batupili standards, and that seems to still be a challenge. So the department then continues to look at more interventions that will make sure that the Batupili program is institutionalized as expected. Next slide, Steph. Okay, Chair, I will skip this one because it's still talking about the complaints and compliments. As I've indicated in the earlier slide, this becomes my second to last slide, Chair. In terms of our vacancies, the department has 373 posts in our establishment. 336 of those are filled. We had 37 vacant posts, that is as at the end of December, and we were able to move down from a vacancy rate that was vacillating between 18 and 15% to under 10%. And we are just indicating that the issue of the compensation budget continues to be a challenge, with reductions from 21 million in 2024 to 23 million in this current financial year. As a result, we continuously have to prioritize the vacancies that we can fill with the available budget. So it's a continuous exercise. The last slide, Chair, is just to look at where we sit with respect to women at SMS, persons with disabilities. We are at 46, round off to 47% of women at SMS, which is 31 of all the 336 posts, persons with disabilities. We are sitting at 2.65%. And even though this is slightly higher than the current percentage of 2%, but it is lower than the 3% that we have set for ourselves as a department. And we continue then to implement affirmative action measures that we have approved as a department to ensure that we create a positive bias for the appointment of these two groups. Youth, appointment of youth chair on the next slide also continues to be a challenge for us. You can move to the next slide there, Stefan. And I think one of the main challenges is that since youth is not designated as a group in the Employment Equity Act, we are not able to put in affirmative action measures. But as part of our current process of reviewing the structure, the department is exploring how it can create more opportunities for appointment of youth. And one of the things that we are looking at is to create what we call entry-level technical positions, Because of the nature of the DPSA, which is a policy department, you usually need people with experience in policy development, but we have looked at other skills gaps like your data analyst to support the policy and monitoring work. And we'll be looking at then creating those posts to be able to absorb youth that is coming directly from training institutions. Chair, this brings me to the end of my part of the presentation. I would, through you, like to hand over to our CFO. CFO, just please guide Stefan to change the slides for you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Good morning, Honorable Chair. And let me also greet honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. Just quickly, the 3 slides, I'm going to take you through the financial report as at the end of December. Out of the allocated budget of 565,589,000, the department has spent 393,314. Which left us with 172,275,000 for the last quarter between January and now in March. That converts to about 69 or 70% of the budget. The budget also includes honorable chair and members. Our vote also includes the Center for Public Service Innovation, which was allocated a budget of 51,203,000. We actually report at the end of December what we have transferred to them, which was 37,138,000. And they were left with 13,765,000 for the last quarter. I can actually confirm that these figures have been overtaken by events. I think yesterday I've signed off on the last transfer payment to CPSI, which bring at the moment that we have already transferred 100% of their budget. But as at the end of the quarter, which is December, we had only transferred 73% of the budget. Chairperson, Honorable Chair, we also just indicate the distribution of the budget in terms of Program 1 to Program 5, as indicated in the earlier slides, and the budget allocation versus the actual expenditure. As at the end of December, 70% of the budget was spent by administration. There were still some few invoices from SITA in terms of IT services in the department that we had to pay. Those have already been paid in the last quarter. 62% and 62% of the budget was spent under HRMND, which is Human Resource Management and Development. Mainly part of the slightly underspending there is also as a result of some of the vacant posts that we still have to fill in the department, in the unit or in the branch. Negotiations, labor relations, and remuneration management has spent out of the budget of 89 million. They've spent 71 or 72% of the budget. We were at the end of December still waiting for some of the invoices from SITA in terms of the e-disclosure system, which we have already processed in the current quarter, and will report as such in the annual report. The government services and information management, out of their budget of 23 million, they have spent 58 or 59% of their budget. Also, one of the reason is also some of the few posts we have filled a couple of posts that were vacant in this quarter, and we also anticipate some of the expenditure to come through. They had recently hosted the GTalk the conference in Mpumalanga, and some of the invoices will be coming through just before we close the books at the end of March. Government services access and improvement, out of their budget of 55 million, they have spent 68% of their budget. And also one of the issues is also vacant funded posts that we still have to fill, but also there's also some element of cost containment measures applied in the branch. If we go to the next slide, Stefan, Honorable Chair and honorable members, this is the same information, but we're just indicating in terms of the line items, compensation of employees, budget of 307 million. We have spent 69%. Obviously, we had indicated in our earlier slide the percentage vacancy rate of 9.9%. So we still have some of the posts that we have to fill. This remains and continues to be a moving target. At some point, that when you fill some of the posts, some people also resign or they move to other departments. And as such, you also remain with the vacancy rate. But the main important thing is that we need to keep it very low, even lower than 9% that we have reported on goods and services. We have spent 60 or 70% of the budget, and some of the reasons are those that I've specified in the previous slide in terms of some of the invoices that we have been waiting for and we have already processed subsequent to the end of December. Transfers and subsidies, this is mainly the budget that relates to CPSI, and also some of the payment of leave gratuities to those that have would have actually retired. Payments of capital assets, it's a small amount of, it's about 1% of our budget, which is 5 million. This is mainly IT services, IT laptops, working tools. We have procured some of the laptops just to replace some of the laptops that have actually reached their lifespan, and some of the invoices were processed subsequent to the end of December. Payment of financial assets, these are just basically the write-offs that we take place during the financial year. We don't really budget for write-offs, but what we do is that we move money at the end of before we close the books at the end of the financial year, that's why you see an available budget of minus 22,000, but we will move money to actually cover that. The last slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, just information in terms of our payments to service providers or to the service providers, is that in terms of 30 days payment, which is a regulated period in terms of Treasury Regulation 8.2. We at the end of December, we had processed 2,741 invoices, and all of them were processed within 30 days. We don't have a challenge when it comes to invoices processed. And in terms of the audited days that was reported in the previous annual report by the AG, our average payment period was 14 days in that report. So we'll see in terms of the current audit that will start at the end of May, but we remain compliant to payment of service providers within 30 days. In terms of irregular and unauthorized expenditure, which is the expenditure that is unwarranted, we don't have new cases of irregular expenditure as at the end of December, and we don't have any unauthorized expenditure that we have incurred during the financial year as at the end of December. in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unfortunately, we have one case that we have picked up in December of about 6,000 that was incurred in one of our units. The case has already been referred for investigation to the internal audit, and we await the report in terms of what we will do in terms if there's any consequence management that needs to be applied. Honorable Chair and honorable members from the department, we therefore rest our case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. That is our presentation. We'll await comments and questions from honorable members. Thank you very much. We submit.
Thank you very much, DPSA. Much appreciated. Members, we now have an hour for deliberations and also for the DPSA to respond to our deliberations and our questions. I will start with the hands as I see them raised on the platform. And again, I would just ask members to do the same type of good time management that they did on the previous rounds. Members, can I see some hands, please? Honorable Space, you can go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, just correcting, sorry.
No problem. We go ahead when you're
So,
ready.
yeah, so I will start. I think we're starting with the CPSI and then I'll move to the TPSA. Am I correct?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Chair, mine, with regards to this CPSI, I actually just have one area that I would like to ask questions on, and that's with regards to the rural reach of the CPSI's services. Given the fact that they do focus on the innovation in the public sector, I want to know in particular with relation to the rural areas. And so my first question would be how the CPSI ensures that the innovative solutions and services are indeed accessible and it's beneficial to rural communities. Specifically, Chair, considering that there are a lot of limitations and in terms of infrastructure and connectivity in these areas. Working in those areas, I experience it on a regular or daily basis. Then I also want to understand if there are any specific initiatives or partnerships that is particularly aimed at addressing the challenges faced by the rural public sector entities. And the other one is that I would also want to know if the CPSI can perhaps share with us some examples of its innovation projects that has been successfully replicated in rural settings or rural areas, and what would the sort of success rate of key success factors. Then, Chair, I will move on to my questions in terms of the TPSA. And my first one on the skills methodology, I would want to understand how will the framework include provisions for skills development and training programs to identify and address identified skills gaps. I also want to know what specific efforts have the department or will the department take to address the findings of the personnel expenditure review report. And with regards to the monitoring on the national framework on professionalization, the department maybe can share with us or how they plan to address the non-compliance with the framework and if there's no compliance, what will the consequences be? And then also if regular audits are undertaken or conducted or assessments to ensure that indeed the framework is complied to. My last one, Chair, in terms of youth representation, I want to know what strategies the department have currently in place that seeks to attract and retain young talent within the public service. And I also want to know if there are any future plans, Jay, to increase the number of internships or graduate programs that are available to young people. And I will stop it at that. Thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you very much, Honourable Space. Honourable Mukunu, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair, sorry. Okay, many CPSI projects are successfully piloted, but what mechanisms are in place to ensure these innovations are sustainable and maintained after being handed over to the departments? How many projects implemented in previous years are still fully operational today, and what evidence supports this? The next question is, while CPSI reports no irregular or wasteful expenditure, how does the department ensure that clean audits translate into meaningful service delivery outcomes rather than just compliance? What systems are in place to link financial governance with the performance outcomes? The next question is, CPSI has supported youth innovation programs. How many of these initiatives have resulted in actual job creation or sustainable enterprise for young people? What measures are in place to ensure that youth from the rural areas and disadvantaged communities are meaningfully included in CPSI innovation programs? Can CPSI provide data on youth beneficiaries and long-term impact, particularly for women and persons with disabilities? And the other question is, with the executive director position still in acting capacity and structural reviews pending, how does CPSI ensure strategic stability and long-term planning? When will the permanent leadership appointment be finalized, and how will this improve organizational performance? Performance. I think the last question is, the CPSI continues to face recurring challenges such as capacity constraints and infrastructure limitations. Why have these issues persistent over multiple reporting cycles without resolutions? What are the clear timelines and accountability measures to resolve these structural challenges permanently? Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Honourable
Chair,
Tikana.
my apologies for not raising my hand. I think I have to improve on my gadget. Good morning to honourable members, the government officials led by DG in this instance, and all of them. I welcome both quarterly reports, Chair, for CPSI and DPSA, Chair. Congratulating once more CPSI for the clean audit in this current financial year. Chair, if I may ask, I've observed that CPSI is spending more of its budget on other matters. What is the reason for CPSI to spend much funding on other programs than research and development, whereas the main component of the institution is to innovate new ideas and develop cutting-edge research for public goods? If I may ask, I would wish to see that there are other innovative programs other than the ones which are being piloted from the Eastern Cape and and Mpumalanga if they are. But my concern currently is that more funding is going for other items other than this core business of the unit or of the directorate. On DPSA chair, I note that the department is still sitting on 9.92 vacancy rate, which is informed as they can motivate by the budget cuts, which is millions over the MTF. Are those for the new posts which were not existing, or the budget cuts affects also the posts which were operational, but there were delays in the filling of the vacancies when there are resignations or any other forms where people are leaving the service if it's not by retirement. And also the youth target was 30%, and they've only achieved 8.57% as per the report. Can they elaborate on the reasons why they could not meet the 30%, which was their target, and which I believe we are all having more young people who are professionals or who have passed, who can fill those vacancies, or are those vacancies which are there can be filled by young people, the vacancies which requires qualified and people with experience. They must categorize, because we must have an understanding whether there's upward mobility within the DPSA, or they are in the entrance. Their target of 30% was on the entry post or entry level of the department. Chair, I believe that those are the issues which I wanted to raise. But Chair, also if they can appraise us of whether there's an appetite from civil servants to engage on early retirement, and are the government departments budgeting for that eventuality if there would be any civil servants who would want to go for early retirement for more vacancies to be open. Chair, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tikana. Honorable Khaleesi, I see your hand also went up. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm gonna start with the department. So Chair, the department reports to us that they achieved, their target, the first and the third quarter. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, you are audible, Honorable Khaleesi. Please proceed.
Okay. So they say that the department reported 94% and 84% of the target achievement, right, for the first and the third quarter. I'm just interested to know, Chair, exactly, the targets that they failed to meet, because we need to know. I think we need to know that. I'm interested exactly what they failed to meet, because these are the services that they're supposed to bring to our people. So we can't just have them say we didn't meet, certain targets without us knowing what they are and why they were not achieved. So I think specifics are of importance to me in this regard. And they say, Chair, that they revised their annual performance plan because of the feedback from the AG. What exactly was the problem? What was the problem with the original plan? And why did it take so long, you know, to fix it? Because they were running with a faulty plan for months. That's what it means to me. And another issue, Chair, is that the department is saying that they cut, you know, the budget for the employee salaries was cut by over 60 million, you know, over the years. I think it's over like 3 years. Yet they still have, you know, almost 37 vacant posts. I just want to know, Chair, why is it that, you know, so if the minister was here, these are the things we're supposed to direct at the minister to say, why does he not fight harder to protect the department's budgets so that, you know, these vacancies are filled? And we've got, you know, we make sure that we don't have a budget that is prioritized or the workers or without the workers, because we need the workers to deliver the services. And Chair, they pat themselves on the back for having a 60% target for women in management positions. But I think I'm interested in actual numbers. When they say it's 60%, how many of these women are in this current position? Like I need to know. And maybe the last one on this on the department is that they admit, Chair, to not have the affirmative action measures because youth is not a designated group, right? We have high youth unemployment in our country. This is an excuse, because then I ask myself, why hasn't the department, the public service, you know, push to have the youth declared a designated group? Because they are failing young people of this country to just use an excuse in the Kokbana, no, young youth is not a designated group. Because they can push for that, to have the young people, to have the youth declared as a designated group. And maybe the last one, Chair, or maybe the second last, because I'm interested also in the report. The report says that the disciplinary cases are piling up, especially in provinces. How many of these cases are piling up? How many of these cases involves these corrupt senior managers? And what is the average time, you know, it takes to fire these corrupt? Because we always have these corrupt people to say, no, this and this happened, and they know who does these things. And these disciplinary cases are piling up there, and people are getting jobs, like the PS, like the Public Service Commission was saying. So you've got these cases that are piling up, and people who are still receiving salaries from the government. So how long does it take? What is the average time it takes to fire, you know, an incompetent manager or a corrupt manager? And maybe the last one, Chair, is that they report on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, right? For the period of April to December 2025. What was the total amount of money wasted there? Because we need to know the details. They can't come and we can't now continue to allow the departments or entities to come in front of us and they give us surface information and we don't have the detail. We need to have the important parts, the important detail in terms of, like, you know, how much of the money, of taxpayers' money that is wasted in these things. And maybe a few, Chair, I don't know if I still have time, because I just wanted to have a few comments on the CPSI. Chair, I note the positives that they met. They tell us that they met all their targets and they have no irregular or fruitless or wasteful expenditure, right? And they've got an average of 3.9 days to make their payments, and that is commendable. I think I have not come across an entity that has achieved that it can come in front of the committee and say we've achieved all our targets and we have no, or audit opinion that is suspicious, and we pay, people within 30 days. But what's concerning though is that underspending, while services are struggling, is concerning for me, because I always regard underspending as that services are not being delivered to our people. And I think that's how we need to understand it. That the minute you underspend, because that money was meant for a certain service. So the minute that you underspend, that means certain services are affected by that. So I want to raise that there is a concern on my part that you have underspending, because it's an indication of work that has not been done. And with the vacant post, Chair, I think we need to emphasize to the departments and the entities that come that they need to treat unemployment or these vacant posts, especially if they are funded, to consider that we've got a serious crisis of unemployment in our country. We can't have vacant posts, because why does it take so long to fill a vacant post? And the thing is that these posts that they have that are vacant, they include senior posts. So why does it take them so long to continue and operate without, leadership? And another thing, Chair, is that the report says that the EMS pilot for Gauteng hospitals is delayed because health workers didn't have official email addresses or internet access. That is not even laughable, that we sit in a committee and be told that work is not being done because there are no email addresses or Wi-Fi in 2025. And we want to professionalize the public sector. How is that going? How is it possible? Like, whose job was it to make sure that the health workers, have everything that they need before the pilot started? I don't think it can be acceptable. Issues like email addresses and Wi-Fi is not something that can be something that holds a job from being done. And I think, Chair, the fact that they've got an ED, a contract of an ED that is ending in 2 weeks, I want to know, what are they doing about that? Because the whole organization seems to be leaderless now, especially then if this post becomes vacant from the 1st of April. So I just want to know what is the plan there, because it doesn't seem like they have got a person who's going to fill that position. And lastly, Chair, they say that they've spent a 32.5 million so far this year. I just want them to give us just one concrete example of an innovation that has made a real difference in the lives of poor South Africans. Not a conference, just an example, just a real solution that they've brought and is changing the lives of our people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Onward Kalise. Members, if there are no more hands, then we will then move on to the response by the DPSA. DPSA, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and then appreciating all the questions raised by honorable members, which I think are very informative in terms of giving us direction. I'll start with Honorable Space raised 5 questions. The first question is the skills methodology, whether the framework does include skill development to identify skills gap. Yes, indeed, that is the main intention, Honorable Space. The methodologies want to address the issue of the skills gap in the public service. Hence, in our presentation, we indicate the linkage with the NSG role, where they will come in terms of plugging the gap, capacity and capability of the state. Our view is the functionality of the state and the skills that the state require to ensure that it runs the service. So what we do from our side, through the program led by Dr. Anusha, is to identify the gaps, second, to direct in terms of interventions in those gaps, Honorable Chair. The second question is to address the finding of the PAR. Yes, indeed. What we are doing, we have presented that we've taken the PAR report after approval by Cabinet. We work closely with a few departments, your health, correctional services, justice, DPWI, treasury. So it's to address issues that have been raised by the PAR on the issue of conditional of service outside the process of the bigger negotiations. So what we will do, we'll go back to Cabinet, Honorable Chair, in terms of the interventions for the report for implementation by different departments. The third question is to address the non-compliance on professionalization. That's a critical question indeed. Professionalization cut across the entire public service and public sector. The DPS say the public service were the champion, but the public sector role, the DPME is the champion. Public administration role, the DCOC is the champion. So it's in three-leg implementation. Our role is province and national. DCOG is local government and municipalities. DPME is the entire public entities and SOEs. From our role, the AGSA now have taken leave that in terms of their auditing, they're going to put a radar in terms of professionalization. Now, they're going to look at it and look at the intervention. DPSA is coordinating what we call the master plan for the public service. We may come to the committee in the new financial year, honorable members, to present to you how you're going to coordinate the public service interventions. Secondly, government is configured in terms of clusters. Now, decision is the district cluster, which is government, state capacity, and development, must be the one that monitor the entire public service implementation of professionalization. Tomorrow, AGSA will also present in that cluster for all DGs, heads of departments, to take as part of the implementation. The fourth question is about the youth. What are these in place to attract the young talents? DDG Linda indicated that affirmative action set in terms of the employment labor department. Now, what we are doing, we appreciated 30% said, but she said DPSA, because of its nature as being a policy department, we need a certain skills at that level. Now, to address the 30%, she further said we are now doing a bigger review of our structure to create now the new lever of entry where you can begin to absorb this young talent. We are not like your home affairs where you can get people who can go and stamp ID. You are not like Home Affairs who can do the BMA, security on the border gates. You can recruit 1,000 per day. But because of the nature of our work, we appreciate that we are reviewing our own service delivery model from end to end to create that lever for youth and young talent. But that doesn't stop us currently in the meantime to absorb youth, honorable members. The last question from Honorable Space is about the plan to increase the interns. That's our wish, all of us. I think, as Honorable Lisa raised, unemployment is the critical issue for the country right now. The issue of interns is governed by the development of fiscus. When we do work with Treasury, we get the numbers in terms of the money available. It gets assigned different departments in terms of how much can Department A recruit for intern for that particular 24 months. So our view is, even going forward, we can think beyond the 24 months. Remember, it was 12 months, now it's 24 months, but it's not enough and sufficient. We agree, all of us. So our wish is that at least if we can get a bigger pool for the youth, but engagement treasury is something that is still unfolding. The next questions come from Honorable Mutunu. She raised one question, which I think is a generic question that covers both us and like everybody else in government. What does this clean audit entails? I think that's fundamental. We agree. What is the impact of that clean audit? If they say Department A, you have a clean audit, what does it translate in terms of the measurable value? Now, the role of the DPSA, our role mandate is more of creating systems and processes for government to be able to function properly. That's number one. And we issue directive, we issue circulars, we issue prescripts. DPSA, we don't deliver services. But for service to be delivered, there must be a process. There must be a policy and a system for that. That's our role. So we must be able to measure, as Honorable Mtono raised, in terms of our directives. What is the value that are we getting as government from our directives? So we are doing that. We may come back to the committee in the near future to present whether it's professionalization, whether it's issue of the women youth, whether it's the issue of leave, what is our directive doing to assist government-wide to render its services? Honorable Tikana raised three questions. One, 9.92 vacancy rates. Are these new position in terms of the budget cuts? No, these are not new position. In line with what Honorable Kedisha raised, the delay, government will move slow. The delay in filling those positions affects because as soon as Treasury do the budget cuts, it doesn't tell you that this is a new or old position. These are positions that are funded. Now, if we need this position, we must find a way how to get money within the coffers. These positions are funded. But the problem, which I think the committee need to develop much of strength to us, is the delay of the public service wide. It takes more than 6 months to fill a position. You advertise, you shortlist, you interview, you do the screening, you do the verification, you recruit, they serve notice, the entire value chain is a problem. So what can be done? We may want to reduce to say, can we give directive to say, if we knew that a person is leaving, why can't Department A start the process? It's not like death. Death won't give you a notice to say, next month when I die, prepare to fill the position. Something exceptional. So it's something that we can improve as government. I think even our system, women flow, that I appreciate, honorable members, is something that we need to improve as a department. The next question, 30% youth target, I think I've answered that. The third question, appetite for public servants to take early retirement. Now, early retirement is also governed by the availability of funds. What Treasury does, it put money aside to say for this financial year, there is 4 billion. Now, let's issue circular, public servants from this age to that age who want to leave, apply. Now, the condition still further says the EA has an authority to approve a person to leave. People apply, we look whether there's money available against the 4 billion. If many people apply, government is bound to decline some of the people to leave. So that's the issue. We'll open again. The previous cycle, I think there was 4 billion available for people to apply. They've applied. There are those who could get approved. They're leaving the end of March this financial year. We'll wait if there is the other window opening. Honorable Kilishe asked 6 questions, which I think all these questions are in the slides. I'm not sure. I'm tempted to ask DDG Linda, if possible, to respond, because one is the target failed to meet. We responded to say, on the target of the skills methodology, why could not achieve on Q1 and Q2? Linda raised to say there was still a discussion with the NSG. Secondly, our role was to create a task team for capacity. We have now done that. I think you'll see in the fourth quarter on recognition when we come to you in terms of what we've done. Review of performance. I'm not sure if Linda, I didn't get the question clearly. Our review of performance because of the AG, I'm not sure. The CEO cast 37% vacant cards. I've responded that 60% women in numbers. I think Linda, in the slide, she demonstrated in numbers how many women do we have in the SMS level. And these 60% members is our progressive aspiration. The target is 50%. We said, let's move to 60%. I think it's a wish that in this term, at least DPSA can say we boost ourselves 60% women in SMS. But there are numbers that, Linda, you can respond. Affirmative action on the youth, I've addressed that. The last question from Honorable Galicia is the issue of discipline cases. Piloting how many days does it take to fire corrupt officials? Discipline is not centralized, that's number one. Discipline is delegated to all HODs. Now, what the DPSA does, we've issued a guidelines in terms of the processes. We also said within 90 days, a case must be finalized. You listen to PSC in terms of what they are doing. After we've done the study, we found that there were many cases that were dragging for years. DPSA intervened, PSC intervened. So we have reduced the backlog, but yet there are still pockets of cases that are beyond 90 days. The issue is within 90 days as a guidelines, the HOD should finalize the discipline. And every month we prepare reports from all the outstanding cases. We also share with our foresight colleagues, which are the head of DGs. They can see in terms of their role and the delay in addressing the matter of discipline. But I've got Dr. Solomon who may want to respond. The last comment from Honorable Galicia was a comment to say we must treat the issue of unemployment very seriously. I think she's quite correct, member. We agree with that. It's something that if government-wide, all of us, we fill our vacancies, we may address these issues. Linda, you may want to do the issue of the review of performance. I could not get that clearly. And then you can do the issue of the numbers of the women SMS. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thanks, DG. I think you had already indicated the question that Honorable Galicia asked. So I think what I indicated is that across the 3 quarters, we had 5 targets that were not achieved. As at the end of December, 4 of those targets have since been achieved. There's only 1 target that was indicated that it will be achieved by the end of March, and that was on the data collection tool for the central register. So the DG has mentioned the task team. There was the PER report where I indicated that it was an oversight of not including one of the departments that was being monitored. And then it was the interventions report under program 1 for interventions of youth, people with disabilities. So all of the 5 targets that I have indicated as non-achieved, 4 of them have been achieved as we speak today. The number of women in the department at SMS, so the percentage of women overall in the department is 59%. But for SMS particular, as I said, there is 31 of the SMS cohort of about 70 SMS members. So those are the percentages. The other one, Chair, that I picked up was the issue around the cut of the budget for vacancies. The budget was not cut by the department. Treasury has cut budgets across departments. Hence, I indicated that to be able to make sure that we fill our positions with the available budget, we do reprioritization. So we look for an example. We use certain criteria. One of them is which posts are critical to us achieving our APP and annual performance plan, annual operational plan target. So it's an ongoing process until we arrive at a day, hopefully soon, where will Treasury or the fiscus will be sufficient for departments to be able to fill all their positions. Chair, I didn't also get the question. Maybe CFO can assist. I think what I heard was that how do you link a clean audit outcome budget expenditure to results? I will not try to venture to answer generically for all departments, but I think for DPSA, it is important to note that, as DG said, we are not a service delivery department, if you look at your other departments. But the work that is done by DPSA in achieving the results is based on the people that are there. So as a policy development, majority of the officials in the department, their job is to develop the policy, to monitor, and that is our services. So our services is to create an enabling environment for the public service. So we then rely on human resources to be able to do that. So how we link our clean audit outcome, CFO can add, with our budget expenditure, is that if we can demonstrate that we have met our targets, then for us that it justifies the budget that we have spent, because the compensation budget or human resources are our main service delivery vehicle. We don't use machines, we don't use any other resources to deliver our services. It is the human beings that are appointed there. So our service delivery is measured in terms of us achieving the targets that we have set out in our plans. Chair, I think I will leave it there unless there's something else. I didn't pick it up. Maybe the other colleagues from DPSA and the CFO can come in. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, DDG. I think you covered everything. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Back to you, we submit.
Thank you very much, DPSA. We really appreciate the feedback. Members, if there are no more inputs, then we can move towards adjournment of the meeting. I will just quickly look. Is there any member that would like to raise their hand? Okay, I think that concludes the presentation of the DPSA then and the feedback. Members, thank you very much for your discipline. I would like to specifically thank the Department of Public Service and Administration, the Centre for Public Service Innovation, and also the Public Service Commission for taking your time to appear before the committee today. We've been very effective today with our time, and I thank all members and presenters for the opportunity. I do see there is a hand up from Ms. Lydia Sebukedi. Can I please inquire what please go, you have the floor, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Honorable Chair, there were a couple of questions. I know you are pressed for a report to respond to questions raised by as we are aware that you are pressed for time.
Apologies, you broke up there. It seems you don't have good reception. Yeah, you're welcome to turn off your video. Perhaps that will help.
Okay.
Just repeat.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I was saying we have a couple of questions that honorable members have asked. I was asking that maybe we should report in writing in response to the questions that were raised, seeing that the committee is pressed for time. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, 100%. If there are still outstanding questions which you would like to rather put in writing, you're most welcome to send that to the committee and to the committee secretary, and it will be distributed to members.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, DPSA members, staff members, and all presenters. Thank you for a constructive meeting. I therefore adjourn this meeting and hope everybody has a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.